Hello, everybody. I'm back with the thing we started yesterday, which is the starting soon screen. I did a little bit, as you can see, before stream and after stream yesterday, actually. I did a little bit, but we still have a lot to color in, mainly the hair, which I don't like, but you know, what can you do? But we're just gonna continue rendering. I don't know if we'll be able to finish at least the render today. There is still a lot to do. I should honestly probably just get the hair out of the way. So, let me just start with that, you know? What was it? This one. Because there's a lot of hair. And then once we've done the rendering, we need to merge everything down into whatever layers I actually end up needing. And then we can, you know, put it into Live 2D and start with the rigging. Although I'm not sure if it's called rigging, because it is still rigging, isn't it? It's just not for a model, it's to set up the parameters for the animation. So I'm not quite sure if that counts as rigging or not, professionally speaking. I don't know. But we're just gonna start. See how far we get. There is still a lot to do. I still have to do like most of the hair. And also both arms. I also want to do like cast shadows that will move with whatever thing they're like behind. I don't know if that makes any sense. But like, for example, I want this here hairpiece to move, right? So I'm gonna add a shadow for the face, I think. I don't know, because like, that's a lot of work. Hair shadows are such a pain in the ass. Like, actually. What am I? Where? Okay. See, I keep forgetting. I mean, I think I've gotten better at them. Maybe. I don't know. But we'll see. Moving shadows in general are kind of annoying. Because when I was doing the deer model, I had shadows for the like side hair, right? But because it went over the clothing and the skin, you basically have to have 2 copies of that shadow. One that is clipped onto the skin and one that is clipped onto the clothing. Hmm. Uh, and if you do skinning, that all gets like turned into little pieces, right? And that gets annoying very quickly. I've discovered. But it's fine. Like, the more you do it, the better you get at it, kind of thing, you know? Okay. I also did some tweaking, for the deer model. I still haven't done the animation for the tears. I need to do that. Yes. But, I redid the booba physics because I didn't really like how they looked. And fixed the hip movement a little bit. And the mouth. I didn't like redo it, but I fixed some things because they looked kind of weird. I might still redo the mouth forms. I don't know. We'll see. And I think I'll add more physics to the hair too, still, if I can. Big if, but you know, it would be cool. We shall see. That's the wrong layer mode, okay. Well, once I've done those like last few tweaks, it is pretty much done, you know, which is very cool. Now I technically didn't do a body Z properly because I only did the hips. But I feel like it looks fine the way it does. I might, maybe, perhaps, might add like alternate hands, I guess. I don't know. That are more defaulty. Or I can try and rig the hands to change position. I don't know. I've never tried that before. We'll see. There is no rush. For all. Okay. Let me see. I need to like try and consistently do the hair the same way. And I keep forgetting. But it's fine. We'll figure it out. Also, I don't know. I was thinking of just I don't know, because I really want to like practice rendering here, right? I don't think it's like terrible the way I do it, but it could be better. But in order to do that, I'd actually just need to like sit down and oh, whoops. practice and study and all that stuff, and I haven't really found the time to do that much as I would like to. But it's fine. But the year has just started. There's still plenty of time to learn things. I also have like more and more ideas for like models that we could make. Oops, that's not what I wanted. But I need to like focus on the one that was voted for first. But I think, I don't know, because like I feel like my outfits for the characters are kind of boring, right? I can criticize myself that much. I might need to brainstorm a little bit before next week and see if I can't make it a little bit more interesting. I haven't, like, I do have a sketch. I've showed them. You can see them in my Discord and stuff. And I've done the like the line art, I guess, for and the like the base color for the body, I guess, kind of like a puppet, right? But I am a little stumped when it comes to the outfit. I think this time around, what I want to learn, which would be very helpful, is how to properly utilize glue. Because it is very useful when it actually works well. And I haven't really, like, I understand, I am aware that there is like an extra, I don't know how to explain that, but like you can like bind things together, but then you can modify the glue as well to make it stronger or weaker. And I haven't really done that. I should though. I really, really should. Well, this one, that one. Let me just put these in a separate little maybe? I also need to find the other one. This is kind of tricky. Oh, is it? I need these to be like in front of that. Like so. But I need this to like be behind. That was smart. Really? It works. Tee. I guess maybe next time I would separate this somehow. Or something. I don't know. I don't know why I chose like the most complicated hairstyle physically possible. That's what I've decided, so we are committing. Of course I can change it, actually. And I think I said it yesterday, I might probably change the bangs, because I don't really like how they look, truth be told. They look a little too separate for my liking. I'd like to change that. Okay. I don't know how successful I'll be, but you know, I'll try. I need to work on like hair physics and stuff anyways. I don't think I'm that good at them. I think maybe, well, I don't know, cause like the next model that we're tackling is, it does have longer hair bits, I guess, but it's mostly short. So I don't know if that's, I mean, I guess it's practice for short hair, but it's not quite the same as I don't know why my brain is just not burning today. As long hair? I think methinks after this one, I'm gonna pick one myself that has longer hair. Just to like see if I can do the physics better. I hope. We'll see, I suppose. I also want to like, I don't know, I shouldn't like do everything at the same time. But I'm just thinking, right? Maybe more focus on the clothing physics as well. I need to get into the like way of thinking of like you don't just use one parameter for physics, you can use several, which you know I already do with like the boob physics and stuff, because you have like the X, you have the Y, you have the like the squishiness, right? Well, also what I have seen other people do, and I think is really cool and a good idea, is that, for example, if you have a piece of hair, right? You have like the whole thing swaying, but then you have another deformer under that that does like just the tip of the hair to make that like swing a little and curl inwards and whatnot. And you can do that with everything. I have not done that yet though, and I really should. It looks good. And it just increases your range, you know? We like range in this house. So yeah, the idea for the plan for the next model is glue. Learning glue properly. And also physics. Doing a little better with the physics if I can. I'll try my best, you know. I also need to like improve my workflow. I don't know why I'm being so self-criticizing today. But I'm just thinking, you know. I do this thing where instead of like doing all of the flat colors, for example, I do like I fully render one thing and then I move on to something else that is completely different. Like I do like a piece of hair, right? And then I go over to I don't know, making the hands. And then what ends up happening is that whatever I drew just becomes really inconsistent. And that is very stupid. Excuse me. I guess that's something. But we're working on it. I think after this and like, you know, the bunny model. I gotta do more fan art too. I have a few people picked out. Some famous, some not so famous. But I wanna draw other people again, because it's fun. And it pushes me outside of the things I find comfortable. Oh, I forgot. Oh. Change the layer mode. Oh, there we go. And ooh, what the heck? That's the wrong one. I was, of course, also, I think I mentioned this yesterday, thinking about my own 3.0. I haven't, like, made anything yet, mind you. I'm going to do that next year. But I was thinking. See? I was having a big ol' thinkle. What I would want to add. And you know what I would do better, obviously. The hair physics are a big one on that one. Also, clothing physics, because I did not do a good job with those. I think I did say it yesterday. I definitely did, yeah. I want to add gills. Functional gills. I don't know how well I'll be able to actually make that come true. But I want to try it. Oh, alright. I mean, I feel like you could probably see that if I, for example, don't have the tablet in front of my fucking body. Ooh, actually, it would be really cool to have a fully functional, trackable tablet, you know? That would be very cool. I don't know how to do that, but I've seen people do it, and I was always like, wow, that's so cool. I want to do that too. So I'll have to figure that out. And then what else did I say? Oh, I just want like those animation loop type physics, I guess. That's why we're learning how to animate in Live 2D. Because I thought it'd be really cool to have like, I don't know, water, like the waves or something, or bubbles in the hair, right? That would be cool. Not original in the slightest, but it would be cool. It would be very cool. And then maybe something in the eyes too. I think that would be cool as well. Oh, I forgot again. I just realized I need to fix something on the deer model that I noticed every single time I tried it out, and then by the time I get to Live 2D Cubism, I've forgotten again. I have a very good brain. This is why, friends, we write everything down, because it's not staying otherwise. No matter what I try. Okay. You know what I just realized? We have like at least one slot for animated emotes. I should either make one or buy one. I feel like I could do that too though with Live 2D Cubism. Maybe, mayhaps, perhaps. Why did I do that? see. I wouldn't know what to do though for that, honestly. We shall see. Okay. As always, I don't like doing the hair. But it is necessary because there's a lot of hair. And I'm better off just getting it out of the way instead of not doing that like yesterday. Rip the band-aid off kind of deal, you know? I was also thinking, in terms of like games for tomorrow and the following weeks and whatnot. I don't know why, but I feel like playing Stardew. So you might start that. Stardew is a really fun game to me. Because it's like, it is so peak cozy. I mean, you could be, you know, the sweatiest fucking gamer if you want, but I'm not that. I'm not gonna min-max everything. I just want to have a good time. But we should also play 13 still. I haven't played that in a long time. Hello, Sam. How are you? Why does it take so long to draw hair? Oh, I need to hide these actually, because otherwise You came from Oceanland. You do a good job. Ooh. Maybe we don't even need bangs. I don't know. Maybe I'm being Delulu. Cause I like at my core, I like the hairstyle, right? I like the hair that like goes backwards. That's like the big thing, even though it was horrible to rig. Absolute terrible time I had, but it looks cool. I did. Oh, okay. Your second best score. That's impressive. Sometimes you just log on or whatever, perform really well randomly, and then you're like, what? How'd that happen? Okay. I don't know. I'm just like thinking. Because the hair is quite busy. But it's also very monotonous in terms of colors. Maybe I should do something about that. I don't know. Well, it's just a lot of work. Oh, hello. Excuse me, the lag. I was thinking about potentially changing the hairstyle, at least partially, for the 3.0, I guess it would be. Because I like it, but A, it feels a little too busy in places, and B, I don't like the bangs. To be honest, I don't like them. I think I need to change them at the very least. Maybe it's the rigging, I don't know. I have no idea. But I am displeased. I'm also very tired today. I don't know why. I feel like I should add some sort of like accessory. Maybe like hair ties or something, because technically I don't have any. Because it's just from like a design perspective, it's just all the same color in one spot. And that doesn't really look good. doesn't really, I don't know. Because I do have a very contrasting palette otherwise. It's just that this specific part is just kind of meh. I don't know. Because I started this off with just, oh, I like it. But I didn't actually think from the perspective of like, what makes it a good design? You know? Yeah, hair is weird. I feel like there's just too much going on. Even though I like it. Yeah, but that's the thing though, isn't it? I don't think IRL is the best judge for this sort of stuff, because you can do a lot of things in anime that you could never do with like real hair. Without like a ludicrous amount of like hairspray and hair wax and stuff. You can get creative with it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? Maybe not change the hair itself, because I do have a change in the hair, but like at the very bottom. Maybe I can just add that gradient that we've got like here onto like the shorter hair as well. Maybe that would help it stand out a little more. But I also really want to add some form of accessory. I don't know what though. Oh wait, that's yeah, that's what I was thinking. Brain is not burning. Like hair ties for the twin tails or something. I don't know what they would look like, but it would be an idea. Hmm. I also don't want to fall into the trap of like overcomplicating things for the sake of it. But I'm sure we'll figure something out. One thing that is definitely staying is like the hair ribbon bow things, I guess, that go back. Although, that is not going to be fun, Dreg. But it's okay. It's fine. I think if I learn how to glue things properly, it should be easier. In theory. I had so many problems with those. You cannot imagine. I did glue it together, obviously, because the front and the back portion are separate layers. But, because I moved them separately for the physics and stuff, everything just started to fall apart. It was a pain. I did not like it. Let's see. At this point, I can't even like make a funny haha meme joke. Hair actually just takes hours. Because I haven't actually done anything else. It's just the hair that's taking me this long. I'm in Spain without the S. Please let me out. I think that's for that reason alone. I don't want to keep the bags. Because I'm like, I'm spending literal hours just doing this part. But it's fine. We're powering through. Ooh. Actually, to talk about something completely different. I did see that they like I guess re-released The Sims 2. And initially I was very excited. But from what I've seen and heard from people, it runs like absolute ass. Like genuinely, it is so terrible. I don't know how they got away with that. You know? I don't know why. I really don't know why, but apparently it crashes like every 30 minutes or so. And it's like, what? How? I mean, I don't know, maybe the engine's like really old or whatever, but it's like, what the fuck? How is this even possible? It doesn't surprise me. It really doesn't. Because it's, you know, it's EA. What do you expect? For something to work? Nah. But it's like, surely it could run a little better than that. Yeah, no, EA doesn't produce anything good. But it's like, surely they like play tested it or something, you know? And like, how can you see this and then go, yeah, this is good. We can ship this out. Like, huh? I think actually, I think I might still have my old Sims 2 CDs. Not that I have something to like install them with, but you know. That was a good game. Hard, but fun. Why am I? Yeah, I think smaller devs. I guess it's more so like the pressure from above, right? With like the CEOs and shit who have no idea how anything works. You'd think that they would learn, because a lot of companies keep releasing stuff that just flops because it's terrible. And then they do the same thing again with the next game, and it's like, question mark? I know it's for the sake of like profit or whatever, but it's like, you are not gaining any profit if everyone's like, wow, this game is super shit, you know? Yeah, so that's the thing. I think like EA does things the way it does because it like has FIFA and whatnot, or I guess it's called something else now, isn't it? But basically, regardless of what happens with everything else, there's still gonna be a bunch of like dude bros who are gonna buy the football game every single year. And that's how they make their money. You know? Depressing as it might sound, that's how it works. You still got a PS2? That's cool. I actually never owned one. But that is very coolio. I still have like all of the old Nintendo consoles. I still have an N64. I still have a GameCube. I don't really play them much anymore. But like, not gonna lie, some of the best games were on those consoles, man. Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, my favorite, which is Paper Mario 2. Ah, I haven't finished playing the remake. I'm a mess. I've literally turned into those people that have like 10 bajillion games in their Steam library and they haven't played any of them. Sunshine is so good. I don't know if they'll ever be able to capture the kind of vibe that Sunshine had, but it was so fun. When I was a kid, I would just spend hours hanging out in the like hotel level because I thought it was really cool. I'm just like actually pretending to be on vacation. That was fun, man. Take me back. You know, actually, I've heard when I like, you know, got older and internet and stuff, I heard that a lot of people really struggle with the Sandbird. I didn't, actually. I don't think. I don't know if that's a flex or not. I'm sorry. But I never thought that that one in particular was that difficult. Oh my god, you know which level I fucking hated? And it took me so long. That one where you have to like take the huge lemon, not lemon, melon, to be like appraised, and there's these enemies that keep destroying it. Oh my god. That one was terrible. I hated it. I kept fucking up, and I was just molding. And the one where they like chuck you across without your like flood. Oh yeah, I do as well. That was really nice. Like an a cappella version of the N64 music, I think, or was it like actual just Mario Brothers? I don't remember. But that one was really nice, yeah. The music in general, I don't know why Nintendo cooks so hard, and then they're like, "Ha, you're not gonna be allowed to listen to any of it." Please create a YouTube channel, Nintendo. I beg. Just for the music. Although, didn't they, like, release a streaming service or something? I don't know. I feel like they did. But that's like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's findable, but it's like, it's only a matter of time before it gets copy struck, you know? um... I don't know what it is with companies all wanting to release their own streaming services. Because, like, surely it doesn't make you that much money. Because at this point, it's like everyone has a streaming service. And then what ends up happening is just that nobody wants to subscribe to those streaming services because there's just too many, you know? Yeah, but they're never gonna do that. You know Nintendo, they would never actually just go, hey, you can play our music for free. That's why I'm saying, well, actually, I guess it is technically for free, but I'm saying they should make a YouTube channel for their music, upload all of the music that they've created over the years there, and then, you know, you get profit from like ad revenue and stuff and views and shit. It's not like a lot, I guess, depending on how big it is. And but it's like, it's better than releasing a subscription model that no one's gonna fucking buy anyways, you know? I don't know. I just find company decisions very strange. Yeah, I actually had a moment like that recently. I was watching, I don't know what I was watching. I was watching some form of very long video analysis on some person or like a YouTuber or something. Or a game, I don't remember what. But I heard a music or a track in the background for that portion and I was like, well, I know that. What the fuck is that from? And I just could not remember for the life of me what it was. So I actually had to Shazam it because it was bothering me. It was bothering me. It was Final Fantasy XIV music, actually. Which is a game I still play. 14 music is also so good. You can find pretty much any genre of music. Because Soken is just cracked out of his fucking board. I don't even like, I mean, I currently play the game a little bit more again. But even when I wasn't actively playing the game much, I was still listening to the music, you know? That's how good the music is. I also saw, in terms of like finding music on videos and stuff, I remember, I don't know if this is like too niche. I don't think it is, honestly. But I remember when like Maxor was doing his Elden Ring summary stuff, and for the Radahn fight, he used Punishing Raven music. Mind you, I already knew that because I played that game. It's very good. But it like, that's exactly it, you know? It draws attention to a game. And a bunch of new people discover Punishing Gray Raven, and it's like, oh, that's cool. I guess Nintendo isn't niche, so maybe they don't need it, but there's also like, I don't know. I feel like they're shooting themselves in the foot by not having it publicly available, you know? But I guess Nintendo is another company where, regardless of what kind of business decisions they make, they're still gonna make money because every like parent is gonna buy their kid like a Switch 2 and like games and stuff on the Switch and whatnot, and they still are like raking in money, you know, because that's just how it goes. They are extremely focused on the younger generations, and it works, and it has worked for like their entire existence. So like, I get it, but also you could have more consumers if you make better games. That 12-year-old is not going to notice the issues with the game, but adults do. Because every single time a new like Pokemon game, for example, comes out, everyone of course buys it because it's Pokemon, but all of them are just garbage. I remember when like Sword and Shield released, it had so many bugs everywhere. And it's like, again, the 12-year-old little kid that loves Nintendo and Pokemon isn't going to give a shit, but that doesn't mean you should release your game in this state, you know? Have a little bit of integrity. Again, they can get away with it. It is unfortunate, but they can. Although I have heard, or maybe, well, read is perhaps the better word for it. I've seen that some companies have actually started to experience financial losses because they keep releasing shit games. I think Ubisoft is a big one, where they just keep releasing things that just don't work because nobody fucking likes them. Ah, yes, ads are coming in like a minute. And it's like, I don't know if that makes me a bad person. Let me know, I suppose. But I want these companies to fail, you know? Because nothing, if they don't actually feel dents in their pockets, they're not going to make good games. Because they are still making profit despite making shitty games. So not to be a hater, but I want them to suffer. Just a little bit, you know? So that they can maybe, perhaps, crazy idea, but maybe focus more on making the games good. Do not release buggy ass messes at the start. I don't know if that's a crazy thing to say, but I feel like that would be smart. I don't know. There we go. I mean, the general sentiment, which I think most people, or at least the people that care, share, right? Because there's a lot of people who just, they come home from work or whatever, and then they just play FIFA or some shit, you know? And that's like it. That's the extent of how much they think about this stuff. But people who game a little bit more regularly than that, oops. Generally, the sentiment is just rely on indie games, because indie game devs actually care. Unlike big companies. Which makes sense. Excuse me, we must go bald again. So we have to do even more hair. I don't even like trust Square Enix anymore. I don't know if that makes me weird. The only ones that I trust are the devs of 14, because, you know, 14 has... I genuinely believe 14 is, like, their main source of income these days, because people, you know, keep fucking playing it. They release new content regularly and stuff, because it's an MMO. And it's one of the most popular MMOs. And a lot of the other games that they've released either flopped completely or did not do as well as they thought they did. Which I personally believe, I could be wrong, but I personally believe that maybe, perhaps, mayhaps, might have something to do with the fact that they keep releasing things on console first. And I do know that a lot of people own consoles, but there's a lot of PC gamers, you know? There's a lot of people who play on PC. And I feel like you're just shooting yourself in the foot if you make those people wait for like 2 years until you decide to perhaps potentially release whatever game it is that you've put for like the PS or whatever is usually PlayStation. And I understand exclusivity deals and whatnot, but I think they've actually themselves noticed that they don't make as much money as they would want. Because of that. And yet they don't change anything. They don't change anything. I don't understand how CEOs think. It's like you keep running into a wall. Right? You hurt yourself, but then you do it again. And again, and again. And it's like, question mark? Maybe the, like, dip in profits isn't enough to matter. But, like, I don't know. I'm not a professional by any means, I'm just a yapper. But I feel like there has to be a way, surely, to increase profits even more by making the games good from the start. I don't know, is that a crazy thing to say? Surely it doesn't cost that much to just maybe spend another year developing a game to flesh it out properly. Because, like, if people like it, more people are gonna talk about it, more people are gonna buy it, more people are gonna play it. If you release something that just is, for lack of a better phrase, garbage held together by, like, glue, what are you doing, you know? I don't know. I think it might have something to do with the whole short-term profit versus long-term profit thing. So it's like, oh, we need to do better than we did the last quarter and whatnot. But I think long-term, that just doesn't work that well, and like companies are starting to notice that, but they're not going to change their minds, of course. Why would they? What did I? Oh, thank you for the raid! Hello, Shira! Very kind. Hello, hello. I guess I should introduce myself. Hello, I'm Cyril. I am... oh my god, thank you for the follow. I very much appreciate it. I am an artist. I also make VTuber models, so I do art and rigging. Oh god, we also got the follower goal. Hello! Thank you, everybody. Hi. But yeah, I'm an artist. As you can see, I am currently making my own starting soon screen. And I'm gonna animate this in Live 2D once I'm done. And yeah, I make models sometimes. I also made my own model. I'm just a beginner though. I'm learning. I am not a professional by any means. And I sometimes play games too. But welcome everybody. I hope you had a good stream. What did you do? What happened? Did you have a good stream? I don't know, Melvin. How are you guys? I'm just like yapping. Oh, it was your birthday stream. Happy birthday. I hope you had a nice birthday stream. That's nice. I hope it was nice. That's good. I'm glad. What did you do for your birthday stream? I was just like complaining about companies. You bully you? What do you mean by that? Hmm. We're not complaining. I guess just observing is the better term. I shared canvas with friends. That's cute. I like that. That's a really cute idea. Do you perhaps actually, you know what? I should also do my job. I was so overwhelmed. Do you perhaps want to share that, or I don't know how that works. I've never done it before. That sounds very amazing. Hold on. I don't know if I could imagine that. But it sounds very funny. That sounds really cute. I like that. Like a working together on a canvas. Did I do that right? I don't know. Does that work? Yes. Okay. Thank you. What was I saying before? I was just yapping about game companies. Because originally it was like Nintendo and their copyright strike readiness, I guess, because of their music. And then it just devolved into why big game companies just kind of suck these days. And I do genuinely believe it has something to do with like the quarter profit, short term versus long term. Of course, I'm not a game dev. Disclaimer, I'm just a yapper. I don't know what I'm talking about. But you see all of these like AAA games, right? Releasing, and then a lot of them just fucking flop. And the big companies, they keep doing it though. They don't like look and go, huh, why didn't that work? They just go back to what they did before, and then the next game flops. And then the next game flops, and it's just like, I don't know, I feel like I do have a degree in yapology, you're right. I do. Well, I just like to yap because like just watching me do this is boring. Especially since I've been rendering hair for the past hour. But we gotta. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. After all, I want to animate this so all of the pieces that I'm rendering separately will move, ideally, if it lets me. We shall see. I've never actually animated in Live2D before. I've only ever made models. But I would like to try it. Because I think having an animated screen like this would be cool. And since I am of the pauper class, I gotta do it myself, you know? Because I think I haven't actually looked. I haven't even like dared to peek. But animated screens like this, I think, cost a lot of money. Which makes sense. Animating stuff is hard. And oh, thank you for the follow. That's why, you know, here in the broke household, we do everything ourselves. Or at least almost everything. My overlays, I did not do myself. But I made my own model. I made my own emotes, all that stuff. Saves money. But I do like doing this. Despite what some people may witness when I do my rigging, I actually do enjoy it. Even if it gets frustrating sometimes. That's A, because I'm not that good at it. And B, Life2D Cubism is one of the programs of all time. Yeah, no, I mean, like, again, it makes sense. I guess it depends if the person you're commissioning is doing the art and the animation, or if it's like separate. Of course, if it's both, it's gonna cost even more. And I guess it also depends on like what program they use, because I think another one that you can use is After Effects, right? That's good. Yeah, this stuff is really expensive. That is actually a good point. Portfolios are very important for artists. Okay. I don't know. I think it's fun for the most part. Oops, where am I going? Hello? But it's just a lot of work. It is basically like doing a model. Oops, that's the one. But the end product is different. Or at least in theory, I think that's how it works. I haven't tried it yet, but we will try it. We will try it out. Okay. I don't even know, like, in terms of time, what is a good amount of hours spent on something like this? Because I'm admittedly a little slow. I like taking my time. But like, for example, if someone has like a deadline or something because they have a debut, you have to like plan that in as well, I guess. But for now, we are merely practicing. Yeah, like, you can do really cool things with Life2D. Because you can... How it works, I believe, I could be wrong. Disclaimer, again, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm beginner. But you basically rig the parameters as you would with a model. But then you also have an animation menu where you can like set, oh, I want this parameter to do that at this time frame and whatnot. And that sounds like it takes a very long time. So I totally believe that. That it would take 6 months, you know? Animating in general, any form of animation is a really lengthy process. Of course, it's going to take even longer if you do it like by hand, frame by frame, like people used to do it before like technology and stuff. But yeah, if you have the financial means, what would you call that? Separating your workload makes sense, but Stuff costs a lot of money. It costs so much money. Which is why I try to do everything myself. But that requires a lot of learning. Yeah, like VTubing is unironically one of the most expensive things to get into unless you can do it yourself. If you want like a super high-end model, you're gonna be paying so much money. You need to pay money for like overlays, maybe background music if you want that, like a room or something. A lot of people have as well. Of course, the model I think is the most expensive part, but even if you have a model, there's also other things. Yeah, exactly. Unless you're like really big, a lot of people just work normal jobs to afford this stuff because it's just so damn expensive. But I'm not gonna say that it's not like worth the price, I guess. Because there is so much work that goes into making a model. The most recent one that I made took me like maybe a month or two for the art and then another month for the rig. And I'm not even like a good rigger, you know? So I totally understand why these things cost so much. Especially if you want to like have several outfits, have like different toggles and stuff. All of that adds to the cost. Because like the base rig of a model, I would personally say is not the most complex part. It's all of the like little details that you can do, all of the extra physics, all of the toggles that all have their own movement and physics. All that just adds up. So I could never say, that's too expensive. Yeah, exactly. The only reason why I can do this is because I make everything myself, you know? I do not have the budget to pay someone like $1,000 to be like, yeah, make a model for me. I don't have that. Because I've seen prices for other people where it's like, oh, the model costs like 3,000 and it's like, what? I could never. I think that is, unless you have a ton of disposable income, that is a huge risk. And I think a lot of people don't really want to take that risk, understandably so. But to me, I feel like it's a combination of being able to do my art on stream, because I like doing that. And also just learning how to rig, I think, has been really fun. So you can mix both. You're annoying again. FGD Cubism is one of the programs of all time. As much as I like using it, it doesn't run that well, I gotta say. That's okay. I didn't even like, I'm so I'm a mess, excuse me. I didn't even say, or mention, I guess, if you need to do like your post-stream stuff or whatever, you guys don't have to stick around at all. I get that. After stream, you need to recover. I appreciate it, of course, if you do decide to stick around. You don't have to. Take good care of yourself. I will be here regardless. Because I have to do so much more rendering. But it's okay. We're getting through it. I feel like the hair is gonna take up most of my time anyways. But we shall see how we do afterwards. I don't think we'll be able to start the rigging today. Because obviously, well, I don't know. I don't know how much people know about rigging and Live 2D and stuff. But once I'm done with the rendering, I will have to merge all of the layers that don't need to be separate. You should... I oftentimes don't, but you should name them, right? You should name them because it makes it a lot easier to know what's what. And then we need to convert it into a Photoshop document or Photoshop file. And then we can put it over into Live 2D Cubism. Hopefully I separated everything correctly. Otherwise I will be very sad. But it's fine. This is just for the sake of learning. Because I want to learn how to do animation. You can do a lot of really cool stuff. If you do animate stuff in Live 2D. There's a lot of like animation loops that you can do. For example, if you want to have some sort of animation in the eyes, I've seen a lot of people do that. I think that's very cool. You need to make like an animation file first, I think, and then link it to your eye or eyes. And then it should, if everything works, loop just regularly. I think that would be very cool to try, actually. But we'll figure it out. There is no rush. Okay. I guess I should tie that stuff as well. I kind of wish just to have like a general idea. Well, actually, maybe there is such an option. I don't know. I haven't actually checked. But maybe it would be cool to have like a sort of, I guess, timer in Live 2D to see how long you've worked on it. Because I do a lot of work on stream, of course. But I also work off stream as well on this stuff. And because I'm a single brain-celled individual, I do not pay attention to how many hours I spend on the rigging. Although, how many streams did I do? with the recent model. 4 or 5? Maybe? I don't remember. Let's see. So that's around 20-ish hours on the rig. But it is definitely more than that, because I have spent a lot of hours off-stream rigging as well. So it's maybe more like 30-ish, I would say. I don't know if that's a good time. Not. No clue. But that is the amount of time that I have spent. Plus the, like, also 20, 30 hours. I think it's more 20 for the art. So at least for me, it takes around 50-ish hours to make a model. And that's like, you know, the bare bones. I didn't add like alternate outfits and stuff. It's just normal. Body movement, head movement, physics, that kind of stuff. Okay. But it's fun. I like it. I don't know. Of course, it would be really cool to be someone's... I don't know, is it a VTuber mama? Question mark? But currently I'm just practicing because I think it's fun to learn this. So that doesn't mean you can't have hopes and dreams and whatnot and goals. It's... Oh, I was about to say, once we've done the body, we can move on. Oh gosh, thank you for the ball. But then I realized we have to do the background as well. Whoopsie! I don't think the background's gonna be too complex because, again, my brain's small. But I would like to make the fish that you can see move. And also make like little air bubbles, I guess. That would be very cool. There we go. My general plan for this is to have the eyes blink. So I've separated all of the eyelids, the iris, the sclera, all of the lashes, so we can make the eyes blink. I would like to make the mouth move a little bit to blow the bubbles. That would be cool. And then otherwise, have a bit of like hair physics, have the fish move in the background, and oops. Do I guess just the clothes as well, make them move a little bit. Oops, hello, lag, please. I am approaching like a large number of layers. I'm probably gonna have to start merging before the program decides it wants to quit. This one. Although, I think it's because I lessened the DPI to like 300. It runs a lot better than it did before. Before I got to like 200-ish, maybe 300 with the time lapse turned on, of course. And then it already was like, I'm gonna tap out. That's too much for me, Chief. But now I am currently at, what, 460-ish? And it's still working. I may have jinxed myself. It may have just decided, oh, you've challenged me, I shall brick your computer. But up until that happens, I will pretend like everything's working fine. I think Clip Studio isn't even like that performance heavy. At least for art, right? I don't know how it works with animation because you can do that as well. I've never tried it personally, but I know that you can. I don't know if that would, you know, be a little heavier. I don't think my PC is that bad though. Maybe it is, but I can handle most things. Not everything, because I've tried to stream games and then it was like, nah, Chief, we're not doing that. But for the most part, it works. And that is good. It does, I guess, well, I don't know. I was thinking, sometimes when I use Life2D Cubism, it starts to like lag, but I think that is literally just the program. Because I've seen, like, for lack of a better phrase, professionals, professional riggers, and I've heard them say that you should close the program and open it again every few hours, because otherwise it just starts to lag so hard for no reason. But that isn't really that difficult to do, as long as you save regularly. It should be fine. Okay. Let me see. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 things left. Other than the background. I almost forgot again. Whoopsie. I will try my best with the background. I'm not really a background drawer. I should learn how to do it, but you know, there's a million bajillion shoulds. Maybe we can also do like light beams that like, I don't know how to explain that. Blip in and out of existence, I guess. So sometimes they shine in one spot and then it shines in another spot or something. Because the idea is that we are sitting on the floor of the ocean. I don't know, on sand or something. So we are underwater. And then I guess... Ooh. I think I just had a sort of idea for an ending screen. If this works, right? If this ends up working, I really hope it will, and I'm gonna work real hard so that it does. But, there need to be, like, 2 more, right? Starting soon, a break screen, and then also an ending screen. But I don't actually have a plan, so to speak, what I should do for those. I do kind of have a little bit of an idea for the break one, maybe. Because I was thinking, instead of like me, it could be my mascot that would keep you company while I'm gone, doing whatever it is that I'm doing. But I don't know what I would do for the ending screen. I do want everything to be underwater. But what exactly the scene should be, I am not certain. That's okay though. We'll figure it out. I have to do a lot of brainstorming in general. Since I've finished more or less the most recent model, the deer model, I have started working on another one, which is gonna be I guess a bunny girl soldier kind of thing, or knight. And I do have a sketch, and I have made I guess the bear body. But I haven't... I don't know, I feel like I need to redo the outfit a little bit. I guess it depends on what direction we're gonna go into. Okay, done that. I've done this. Done that. Looks a little messy underneath, but don't worry, we're not gonna see that, so it doesn't matter. And I suppose... Or is next? Actually, let me think. Yeah, I guess the light is coming from like this direction. I should do shadows here. That's not dark, but we can fix that. This looks a little strange, perhaps. But as per, trust the process. I feel like that's how it usually goes when I make things. It looks really weird at the start, and then it ends up working out, which is good. Let's see. This music makes me want to play Final Fantasy games again. Other than 14, I suppose. Because, you know, it is a Final Fantasy, but it's fundamentally different because it's an MMO. And even though it has the same, like, story-heavy-ness, it is still very different, at least in my opinion, to the single-player experience that is all the other ones. Let's see if I can... I would say most of the Final Fantasy games are good. Of course, you can like whatever the fuck you want to like, you know? I do believe that some of them have more polish than others. Mainly, you know, not to like shit on the game. But 15 is a little rough, admittedly, even though I do like it. I will say I played 15. But I did also play the like non-DLC just came out version of it, which is by far the inferior version. And I know they had like a lot of issues with the game because it changed developer teams like halfway through. But still, the way it was released when it first came out was meh. You could like really tell that they ran out of time. Because, I mean, I guess spoilers, in case you haven't played the game yet. Spoilers. Once you get, like, past the first act, and shit gets serious, so to speak, there's just so much less content. Like that, I forgot the name of it, but like that place that is inspired by Venice. You literally just go there, do the main story, and that's it, pretty much. Even though it is so elaborate and beautiful, and I absolutely love that place. Because it's just, it looks really cool. Visually speaking, very stunning, but very lacking in terms of content. But that's like the whole game is basically just Act 1, and then all of a sudden you go to the time skip and there's no content. I think there is content with the DLCs, but even then it's not that much. I also think it's kind of dumb. Like, I understand. I get it. They basically ran out of time. So they had to add things via DLC. To be like, hey, we did actually do stuff for... Hello? Please? Okay. For like post Act 1. But also, I feel like that should have been free content and not paid for in like a ton of DLCs. Because without the DLCs, you are missing out on so much story and like lore and stuff. And I feel like I know they wouldn't ever do it like that, and then would just give it to you, but if you have to add a ton of DLC to make the main game like solid and make it make sense, that's not a good game, you know? Okay. Oh god, I forgot I had all this separated as well. Okay. It's fine. We cool. Beep. Welcome back, Sam. Oh, I should totally add like a lurk command, shouldn't I? I forgot. But yeah, 15 is not that good. I had fun, I will admit it. But Final Fantasy 15 is rough. It's going. I've done most of the hair now, actually. I only really need the other twin tail, and I'm now currently doing the arms. I'm just going top to bottom, you know? I did, however, just realize that there is a lot more separation than I initially thought. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this is even worth it, right? Because of how the hair is, I don't think we're gonna see much of the hand. But it will look cool, you know? It will look nice. So I kind of wanna do it anyways, even if it's technically a terrible idea. This looks so weird because I'm like hiding most of the I feel like I don't even need that much. I've hidden most of what you can see. But it's fine. We are still doing our thing. Hmm. 13-2. Listening to the music just now, this one's from 13-2. Is, I would say, better than 13-1. Maybe not story-wise. I don't know. It's just, I don't know how to phrase this in a nice way. What I think a lot of the Final Fantasy franchise suffers when they make sequels, maybe not 7, I guess 7 is the exception just because of how fucking massively popular it is. But I feel like, at least for like 13 and 10, they made endings that are like finite, you know? Like, you didn't need to add something afterwards because the story is finished, right? And so they then try to fuck with the story because, oh, this game was super successful, we should make a sequel. And I understand that, you know, I get that. You should try your best to focus on that profit if the opportunity is there as like a company. But what ends up happening oftentimes is, oh, that's interesting. They just fuck with the plot because again, the endings are very much finished, so to speak, for the original ones. And then they have to do a lot of really weird shit to make it continue. And it oftentimes, I feel like, ends up not working. Maybe that's me. Maybe I'm just too critical. But the whole, like, timey-wimey stuff in 13.2 and everything that was 13.3, Lightning Returns, kind of messy, you know? So the story for 13.2 was kind of meh, you know? It was kind of meh. But what I feel like, personally, they did do better was, like, the combat and stuff. Combat has massively improved between 13 and 13.2. 13's combat is honestly, up until like the very meh. You don't agree? 13's combat is like low-key boring until like late game, because you don't really do much. I don't know if I like that. Well, 13, Final Fantasy 13 and its sequel 13.2. It's literally just called 13.2. That's the name of it. My voice is kind of rough right now for some reason. It has like the same characters as 13, with some added ones. But I really do think the combat is better in 13.2. It's more interesting. Hey, I'm not the one who named it, okay? That's just what it's called. Okay. I feel like Final Fantasy, oh shit, in general, is confusing to people who aren't into Final Fantasy. The amount of times I've like seen someone go, which Final Fantasy do I start with? You know? Because it's called Final Fantasy. Like, I get that. That's just confusing. Maybe not the best naming convention ever, but that's what they've chosen. But generally speaking, unless it's a sequel, they're all separate games, you know? So Final Fantasy 1 and Final Fantasy 2 are separate all the way up to 16, which is the most recent one, which I still haven't finished. I need to finish that one. But like stuff like 13.2 is a sequel. 14 is not a sequel to 13 though. I mean, 14 is its entirely separate beast anyways. I mean, I guess you can't. I would say 16 is pretty good, right? But I can see why you would think that. Because it's like, that's how it works with like most games. Like, I don't know, fucking Call of Duty, for example. Where it's like, oh, the newest one is the one you should play, because that's the one everyone's playing, right? That makes sense. But for Final Fantasy, it's like all of the games are separate entities. It doesn't quite work that way. Unless it's a direct. I'm sure that's not confusing whatsoever, but you know, that's how it works. I don't make the rules, I just follow them. Alright. Another ad break. Stay strong, soldiers. I will see you soon. I'm still not quite sure how to separate hands. I need to look that up because I actually don't know. Also, that is a little sloppy. I need that. Let me move that a little teeny tiny bit upwards. Maybe like that? Yeah. Okay. I guess that's how it works for like most games, huh? Where it's like the one with the highest number is the most recent game, unless I guess it doesn't get numbered. But most games do. Especially the like mainstream ones, for lack of a better word. So like your FIFAs, your Call of Duties, your are things that come out regularly exist. That kind of stuff. Mind you, I don't play any of these games. This is what I would consider, not to shit on anybody or anything, but this is what I would consider the like casual male gamer experience, where you buy what looks like to me the same game every year. You play it with your buddies or whatever, or solo, and then the next year when the next title comes out, you do the same thing all over again. At least that's what it looks like for me. I'm more of a single player gamer. Because I'm not gonna lie, that stuff kind of scares me. I don't think I have the constitution, mental or otherwise, to deal with people being mean to me in video games. Are you looking for games on Steam? What are you looking for? Anything specific, or just what is it called? Window shopping? Oops, what am I doing? Hello? I like window shopping. I don't know if that's a weird thing to say. Oh, please. Nothing specific. I see. Strategy indie games. Can't really think of any that you probably haven't already played, like Factorio. I feel like I should try playing one of those, I don't know what to call them, like the FPS games and stuff. But I just don't want to deal with people who care so much about their fucking video game that they will just yell at you. You know, I do not vibe with this kind of competitiveness. Yeah, but I feel like I should try it. I've grown up not playing them at all, right? So I don't know anything at all whatsoever. But I always avoid them because I heard people are really mean. I don't know how else to phrase it. Maybe I don't have the right mindset for it. But I can't imagine, I don't know, coming home from work or whatever to like relax, you play a game and then you just end up screaming at your teammates. Like, what's relaxing about that, you know? I much rather enjoy my single player games. Oh, I've heard of that one. That one looks fun, actually. It is kind of like Factorio, I think. One point oh. Did they do? Oh, I guess when I heard of it, it was still in early access, huh? As most of these types of games are, I suppose. I mean, I've seen it when it like first was in early access. I don't know what it looks like now. I don't know if they changed it a lot or not. I just remember that there were like lots of really funky looking alien creatures. And I think you could actually tame one of them. I don't know if I'm like misremembering that, but I feel like you could. I feel like you could tame one of those aliens. Ah, how unfortunate. No. You're being dragged away. Thank you. I hope you enjoy that. I really heard it's a good game. I haven't played it, but I heard it's good. I guess if you like those types of games specifically, it will scratch that itch for you, you know? I do like those, too. Even though I'm more into the... I don't know what you would call that. The... farming sim. Like Stardew and stuff, you know? Although I guess I like Minecraft too. I just like building cute, pretty things and like... Oh yeah, you can do that. I'm curious to see if it looks very different now from when I like originally saw it. Hey! I'll play it eventually. But I think the reason why I didn't play Terraria was the same reason why I avoided playing Minecraft on anything other than peaceful. There be monsters in the caves and I am a scaredy cat. But it does look fun. I should play it. But I also should play like many other games. Not my fault. That is true, it does have multiplayer. Is, what other modes are there other than classic? I don't know anything about Terraria. Disclaimer, I don't know things. But it looks fun. I want to try it. But I also really need to focus on my backlog of games. Oh yeah, I've seen a few mods, I think. Mostly things that are like super challenging, which is not for me because I am just a small bean that doesn't know how to play Terraria. Yeah, I think it was that one. I've seen people play that. Apparently it's like super hard. Which is definitely not for me. I feel like that's the hallmark of like a good game. If it's like you could have the most chilled experience ever, or it could be absolute hell, and you decide what you want, you know? I don't know, maybe I should play it sometime on stream. But I don't know how to do anything. I'll need a lot of help. Because I am very much not good at this kind of stuff. It reminds me when I first like... Oh dear. When I first played Minecraft many years ago, I had no idea how to do anything. And like I've watched other people play at the very least. But I don't know, I'm just a coward. TLDR, I'm afraid. I remember in like the first world that I had, which was in beta 1.6, I think. A long time ago. I like built onto like a mountainside or something, right? And I discovered that later there was a huge cave underneath where I made my home. And I kept hearing the, like, I think it was zombies. I was a little kid, like a teenager, a young teenager, I think. I don't remember how old I was. But I was so scared. I was so scared that I like turned it to peaceful, and I think for the longest time I didn't turn it back on. Because it was scary. I'm not built for fighting. What is that saying? I'm a lover, not a fighter. Still Minecraft good. Nowadays, I don't know, maybe it feels easier to not die nowadays because you have like you have armor, you have a shield, you have like food and stuff. Well, I guess you did have that back then. But food worked differently before. What was it? 1.8? I don't know, I don't remember. Because hunger wasn't a thing. I don't remember if people were upset by that change or not. I thought it was kind of weird at the start because, you know, it's different, you need to get used to it and all that stuff. But I kind of liked what they added it. Because you have like a reliable way of healing without like a potion or whatever. Although, before when you were eating, you just regenerate the hearts with the food itself instead of regenerating your hunger, and then you got regeneration. I guess technically is a little bit, I don't know, a little bit more nuanced. Thank you for the hydrate, you cute. Thank you, that's very kind. Thank you for always stopping by too. I appreciate it. I do need to drink more. When I'm like in the zone like this and I'm just rambling, I just forget. But that is why we have a hydrate redeem, because I am too stupid to remind myself. How does that look with the ribbon? It works. I don't know how well this is gonna go because I didn't separate the, I don't know, this part from the knot. I don't know what that's called. We'll figure it out, I'm sure. I wonder if that does have a name. I mean, I'm sure it does, but I don't know it. English is not my first language. I can be stupid if I want to. Well, not if I want to. It's not like I'm being purposefully stupid. I just am. Although I feel like it's not like too terrible. I feel like my English is pretty okay. That's not what I want. That's the wrong brush, Your Honor. Of course, there's gonna be times where I don't know word in English. Because it's not like a common one, or it's very specific, and I just wouldn't know it, because why would I, you know? But I try. I am kind of sad that this is all gonna be covered up for the most part. No. Because it looks so nice, you know? But it's fine. 'Tis a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I've done that. I have not done this, but this shouldn't take too long. This looks so messy. Oh god. But it's fine. I don't know why, but I just feel like I think we're gonna play Terraria, not Terraria. Stardew tomorrow. I don't know why. Sometimes I just get in the mood to play it. I just remembered something. I feel like I talk about drama that I hear a lot. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. But it is art sphere related, I guess. So it would make sense to talk about it here. Apparently, an artist that I greatly admired when I was younger, by the name of Ross Draws, is now using AI to draw. And that is very disheartening, I have to say. Because I always thought his art was really, really pretty. Even though I haven't, like, kept up with it much in recent memory. But man. Apparently, like, it's not like he uses it completely, but he, like, draws over it or something. And it feels... I don't know how to phrase that. It feels icky. It feels icky. That some of the, like, great artists that, I remember I grew up with ended up succumbing to the AI. It's not like he's not skilled either, you know? He is very skilled as an artist. I don't know. It is very disappointing. To me, at the very least. I guess it saves time or whatever. But that still don't feel right to me. Okay. There was another person. I don't remember who. That was found to have been using AI. Even though they used to draw like a normal real person. I don't know how to phrase that. And they were not a bad art. That's the thing that just bamboozles me, you know? Artists that are actually really good at art and aren't just people faking to be artists, but people who have been drawing for years and years and years. Suddenly using AI instead, it's like, come on, man. What happened? You know? That is very disappointing to me. A, because, you know, it actually steals from artists, so you shouldn't use it. Although I think, right at this point, the damage has been done, you know? But I think they are actually going to implement laws in the EU for like copyright stuff regarding AI, which is very good. We like that. Of course, I remember there were a ton of like AI dude bros who were like super upset about that and stuff, but it's like, that's how it should be, you know? You can't just steal art willy-nilly like that and use it to train your AI. Because copyright is a thing. And, I mean, it feels weird to have to say this, but respect your artists, please. I feel like that's like the internet in general, though. A lot of the times it's like, just be respectful, right? And a lot of people just are not. They're just dickheads. And I don't know. I just don't get why. I feel like life is easier when you're nice to people. You don't have to like pick fights and be a little piss baby all the time. And just get along with people. There's a lot of people out there who are really, really angry. For very many reasons. And they let it out on the internet. Because, you know, you usually don't get in trouble if you're mean to someone on the internet. Usually. Of course, you can get, like, heated on and stuff. But there's not, like, legal repercussions, usually. You can just do whatever you want. And a lot of people take that and run with it. Shouldn't, but they do. Okay. I don't know if this is gonna. I mean, I guess you can't see it anyway, so it doesn't matter, but. If I wanted this to be shown properly, I'd have to separate it more. I didn't, but you know. It's fine. The slave in general looks scuff as fuck. That's because I just, you know, I was like, ah, you're not gonna see it anyways, so I don't care. You're gonna see, like, maybe a tiny little fragment or, like, tiny little piece of it. But most of this is not gonna be visible. So it's like, why put in the effort to be accurate when I don't have to, you know? If it was a model, that'd be a different story, right? If it was a model, I'd have to pay more attention, but because it isn't, I don't have to. And so I won't. Okay. This also, like, you're not, I mean, maybe the shoulder. This bit here. You might see that. Well, other than that, I doubt you're gonna see, actually, that doesn't make much sense, does it? I'll have to also decide if I really want to do cast shadows that are movable or not. I guess it depends on the level of, like, movement we might want on the actual animation later. We shall see. Okay. We're actually almost done. I need to do through my things. Okay. Well, with the body. I'm not gonna forget the background, because I need to do that too. That's not dark at all. I need to change that. I'm having Finkel thoughts, you know? Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. How do I want to do the bubbles is what I'm currently thinking about. Because, like, I want them to float about in the frame, I guess. But also, I want some coming out of the mouth. But, like, I guess have like a tiny bubble appear in the mouth and then it gets pushed out and then it gets bigger. Or I don't know, because, like, if it were to look quote unquote natural, whatever that means in context, it would really be like that, wouldn't it? Hmm. I think I have an idea. We'll see if my idea ends up working or not. But I think I have an idea. What am I doing? What am I doing, actually? Lamal? Also getting hungry. Have I eaten yet today? I don't know. I don't think I have. I am not a mess at all. No, sir. Okay. So we'll have the bubbles. And the fish. And like the weeds swaying back and forth. Some like I don't know, light cones. I don't know what to call that. And then I feel like I don't know. Maybe like a surface reflection kind of thing. Or at least something similar. Hmm. On the other hand, I don't want to like go like too hard, you know? Because if I go too hard on my very first animation project, I'm gonna fucking overwhelm myself and not know what to do. Even though I'm hoping that my rigging experience will help at least a little bit with that. That's not what I wanted. We shall see, I suppose. This is also going to be interesting because I haven't done the full twin tail, obviously. Like, it's cut off here. So I'll have to play around a little bit to get the results that I want. I think I can do it. I still need that one, okay. Probably a path deformer. Just go along all the way. At least that's my current thought process. Would of course be wrong. But I will at least try it. Because I feel like a warp deformer for this is not gonna work well because of how it's shaped. Path deformer is usually good for like the hair or for the mouth or like the lips, each lip. Oh, we'll see. Shall see. And that also needs bitty bitty shadow. Oops. Okay, how am I gonna do this? I think I might do it like this. Flip it around. Looks messy, but it'll be fine. I don't know. I'm not even good at like hair physics. So I'll have to use all one of my brain cells at maximum capacity. And then hopefully we'll get something nice out of it. But I said it before, even if this doesn't end up working out for whatever reason, it'll still be a cool background, I would say, or like a banner or something, you know? I might honestly use it as a banner because it looks nice. But we shall see. I'm gonna try my best. Oh, whether that best is good enough? No. At least we're almost done with the rendering of the body. Then we'll have to do the background. And And we're gonna get it ready for the rig. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that I changed the playlist from the lo-fi one for once. Because this music is an absolute banger. I said it earlier, but 14 music is just really good. Even if you don't like the game itself. I think it's fair to say that the music is very good. Although I do like the game itself. Right now, I'm like... I'm a little indifferent, I guess, to the whole Dawntrail thing. But that's probably because Endwalker and Shadowbringers were so good, where it's like... Now that we're back to more normal proportions, in terms of like scale and story and stuff, it just feels kind of meh. I don't know. So I really... I don't know. It is, you know, like, it is to be expected that you won't be able to top Endwalker. Because Endwalker is like the culmination of the last 10 years worth of story. Unironically. But even so, not to be a hater, but I thought it was kind of boring. I can only hope that the next expansion will be more interesting. Oh, we'll see. We shall see. I'll be playing it regardless. Mm-hmm. There are still like a lot of places that we can go to in terms of like on the planet. One of them that I really want to see is Mericidia. That would be very cool. I'd love to go there. I don't know if we will. I mean, I'm sure we will. You know, I'm sure we will, because at the end of Endwalker... Spoilers, I guess. At the end of Endwalker, Hades was like, have you ever been south? Which is where Mericidia is. And I think it was first mentioned in... Oh wow, my brain, what the fuck? Wait, hold on. Heavensward, okay. I don't know why I could not for the life of me just remember the name of, like, one of the arguably best expansions, but... I don't know, brain fart, excuse me. Fuck. I think Mericidia was mentioned in Heavensward. Because if I remember correctly, I could be wrong. If I remember correctly, that is where the dragons came from, I think. Well, like, the dragons, this is all, like, super spoilers, I guess. But the dragons originally came from another planet entirely, right? But I think they landed in Mericidia. And then they went like north and stuff and like spread across the planet. I'm pretty sure Mericidia was mentioned in Heavensward. Heavensward is such a good expansion, man. I feel like that and Shadowbringers, maybe Endwalker, but mostly Shadowbringers and Heavensward are two things, or two expansions where I wish I could wipe my memory, you know? So I could replay it all over again fresh. Because they were very, very, very good. And it is a shame. Now that I know, I'll never be able to enjoy it that way again. I think I said this before. Hello! Luke Talks? Welcome! How are you? Welcome to the stream. Where am I going with my brushes? There we go. I feel like 14 does better with smaller regions than large regions, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like Heavensward was just Ishgard, right? And Shadowbringers was just the first. So the story could focus on one place instead of like switching between two or more different places that are like culturally, lore-wise, all that stuff completely separate. And what you usually have to do with these kinds of things is you have to establish these areas, right? Because they're completely new. And the more different regions you have that are like distinctly different, the less time you have to set them up. And at least to me, maybe I'm in the minority for thinking this, but at least to me, it starts to like fall a little flat because of that. Endwalker did suffer from that as well, even though it is still a very good expansion in my opinion. Where it's like it had a lot of highs and like really high highs, especially the last part. But it also had quite a lot of lows, I think, that were quite low. Because of the whole, you have two, maybe even three technically, completely separate regions. And they just don't feel that fleshed out. Maybe even 4 regions, honestly. Now that I think about it. Because, one of my biggest gripes with Endwalker was that the Garlean Empire just was kind of left there. You went to one area at the outskirts. And, like, I know, you know, it was collapsing and all that. Like, I get that. But they gave us nothing, you know? You go there once. And then you never really have much reason to come back. And it's like, why would you do that? You know? To me, that feels like a waste, because the whole thing was like, ooh, Garlemald was like the big bad for basically almost the entire game. And then you finally get there and you just do fuck all, really. Of course, you did do some stuff, but like, I don't know. I feel like they could have done more with it. But I think that would have required them to split Endwalker's content into 2 expansions. And they didn't want to do that. Understandably so, they didn't want to do that. But it could have been better, you know? Or maybe that's just me, I don't know. Perhaps I'm the only one who really thinks that way. Either way. What do I want to do here? I still think it was a good expansion. But I mean, that is to be expected, I would say. Or maybe I just like it more now because I played Dawntrail and was like, eh, you know? So like in hindsight, I'm like, Endwalker isn't that bad. I don't know. For me, my favorite expansion is Shadowbringers. Because it really does that whole, like, it is completely new in terms of regions because it's on an entirely different shard, right? So you have to establish that anew. But because it is a really small area in comparison to like most other places, or like a very concentrated into one spot kind of thing, you have plenty of time to like establish everything that's going on there instead of like jumping back and forth. And I think that did it a lot of favors. Or maybe that's just me. I don't know. The story in general in Shadowbringers was just, oh, so good. Yeah, those were simpler times. I don't know why that makes me feel strangely nostalgic. It hasn't even been that long. It's been like 6 years, 7? Damn, bro, maybe it has been a long time. I don't know if the other people feel that way too. But I feel like COVID has absolutely destroyed my perception of the passage of time. Because how are you gonna tell me that, like, over half a decade has fucking passed at this point, you know? Or like about a decade, I guess, because it was like late 2019, I think. But it doesn't feel like that at all, does it? At least not to me. Especially like the first year of COVID. I don't know, it just felt so, like, understandably so, right? We were all in lockdown. But it felt so stagnant, I guess. And I don't know, I haven't really recovered my sense of time since. I don't know if that's a me problem, or if other people have experienced this as well, I don't know. But it is kind of annoying. But it is okay. And we're getting another ad break. I hope you all make it through. Strong soldiers. Okay. I was about to be like, yay, I did it. Then I forgot there is another part. I got excited too soon. Not to be like a whiner and a complainer. But you know. Rendering hair for 5 hours, no fun. Admittedly. Oops. But I just personally don't like it, I guess. I don't know if that makes me weird. I do not enjoy rendering hair that much. I think that's mainly because, like, my hair specifically is just really long, right? And so I have to spend a very decent amount of time just on that. And I feel like I don't have the patience for that, you know? Oh, I forgot. There's more to this than just this area. But that's fine. We're making it work. I am definitely not gonna art tomorrow though. Otherwise I'm going to run into the notorious art block. With that. Okay. This color. At least I have a decent system for it, you know? I feel. But maybe that's why. Oh, fuck. Maybe that's why it is tough on my brainium. Because it's just repetitive. Am I gonna... Maybe I need to turn around again? And then... Actually, I can check, because I was wondering... Here? 11 hours of just brush strokes, so that's like technically more. But 11-ish hours. A little more than that. Maybe more than a little, but it's okay. Okay. Right. There's so much stuff. Please bear with. There we go. That's technically... Jesus, my fucking lag. That's technically the whole art piece. But... well, not the whole art piece, but like the character. Character illustration is done, technically. Although I feel like I could do more. You know one thing I'm gonna add actually? I can find... ooh, I don't know if I can. Oh, I need to hide the hair again. Shadows under the eyebrows because of facial structure and whatnot. Okay. Right, so... I should probably add shadows, like cast shadows and stuff. But I will not focus on that for now. Let's do the background, shall we? So I do have that, obviously. Actually, let me hide the illustration. Right, we have these that I hope I can move. Maybe I should... I think I'm gonna have to separate these. Probably. We'll see. I don't know how much. But like a little bit, you know? Ooh, actually. I guess it depends on how we're gonna cut it. But it would be kind of cool to have like an up-down motion, or like a floating sort of look, I guess. That would be kind of cool. Hmm. the fishies. Where are my fishies? Okay, so I need several different. Are they? This one, yeah. That's too big. Hmm. I need several, right? Cause I want them to like move separately. So let me actually just name these. This is fish 2. This is fish 3. This is fish 1. Because I'm gonna have these move in a line. And have these move in a line. Am I? I think I'll need more actually. And then fish 3. Something like that, I guess. What am I gonna color these in? I don't know. It's not gonna be like hello? Oh no. It's not gonna be overtly complicated. Because it's just like background stuff, right? But a little bit of something. I might have to change this. I don't know. We'll find out, I suppose. These ones will be a slightly different color. Slightly darker. Because they're further away. Or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking fucking nonsense. Also, I apologize for like the lag and the scuff and stuff, but like, you know, tracking gets a little weird when I'm constantly like looking down with my shrimp posture. fish number 3. Honestly, no, that's better. Let's just keep it like this. I might have to add extra fishies so that this can like loop properly if it lets me. Holy shit. But we shall see. For now, we have fishy 1, 2, 3. And we'll try to make the move. You can see them in the background. I might change the colors. I don't know. I didn't want to like go too crazy on the color palette, but I might change the color of the fishies slightly because you can't really see them that well. Now I have here more seaweed or whatever you want to call that. Again, nothing too crazy, just a little bit of shading here and there. Hello? What did I just do? That was an accident. There we go. We'll see how this all works out. I will try my best. Oh, oops, I forgot. I forgot, that's a different layer. And then I guess the starting soon would also be like floating up and down. What else I will add? This looks really weird. But trust the process, please. That's gonna lag. But it's fine. We're working it out. Maybe more like that. Not all the way down. Just a smidgen. And this one as well. Because I want these to like blink, I guess? I don't know how to phrase that. This one needs to be a little bit more blended out. And let's do a third one. Maybe two smaller ones like this. I just have to move these upwards too though, because they're like too low. We shall see. It's taking 5 hours to load. Hold on. Okay. And then I would also like to try if you're behind all of these. Oh no, not that. That stuff. The light beams or whatever they're called. I don't know. Be away in the back, wouldn't it? Yeah. What do I have these brushes for if I don't use them, you know? See? Doesn't that make it look even a tiny bit better? Actually, add another one a little smaller in the back. You know, I would really... I should hide this so I can see better. Something like that. I don't know. Right? Because then you have the background, you have the fishies that move. Maybe I'll change the color, I'm not sure. But this should move, all of these should move. Kind of like swaying back and forth. I don't know if I'm gonna make that move. But I'm definitely gonna make these ones move, right? And then... Yes. Did I put the starting soon at the very top? Or not? I feel like it looks nice with the like light beams though, so maybe not. There's another thing that we need to add is bubbles. Lots of bubbles. I might need to move these, but I will put them here for now. And then maybe... No, I shouldn't do that because... And like a few smaller ones, I guess, as well. Hold on. Let me let's back up. I feel like I should start this lower, but for now I'm gonna keep this here. But, I don't think it should be in front of the face. Maybe more like here? Right? Because the face, first of all, we're gonna have bubbles coming out of the face, like up here. Even more in the corner, something like that. I mean, it's an idea. Oh, I feel like this space is weirdly empty, right? Maybe another plant or something. Oops. Question mark? I feel like that looks a little better because that's too much empty space here. Okay, well. Let me save that. Where are the bubbles? Where did I put the bubbles? Okay. I know how to spell, I promise. Okay. Oh, that's not. Oh, never mind. It's fine. Let me hide all the other things real quick. We need to do something about these as well. Maybe... Maybe more like this. I feel like the opacity is also too high right now. But that's okay. Can always change that. Right, because now we have a Buble. We can do the same thing pretty much for all the other ones. That as well. Yeah, I feel like I still need to lower the opacity slightly. Maybe to like 70? Because otherwise it looks like a little too solid, I guess. I don't know if that makes any monochrome of sense. They are technically transparent. Or at least somewhat transparent. Like they are a little shiny. But mostly transparent. Right? So that's one Buble. Do the same thing for the other ones. Oh, I guess for like the small ones too, Lamau. Mm-hmm. We're at 576 layers now. Good God. That is a lot of layers. But it's fine. Once we merge it down, it should be better. And then... Small Buble. Small Buble. This is a bit difficult to render these because they're so small. But it's fine. We can do it. Oh, that's not even the right overlay. Okay. No, I need to add a little bit more sheen on that, otherwise it looks weird. Okay. Hello, Katie. How are you today? I need to add more to this bubble as well, I noticed. I feel like I need to make the surface even brighter. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Maybe change this one too. A little bit. Please don't crash. I beg of thee. I feel like I need more gradient here. Oh, what did I just do? That's good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad that everything worked out for you. Is that too bright? It's too bright. Otherwise it feels ugly. Add everything else back. Right. Oh, I forgot. Wait, what? When did I make... Oh, I think these are concept bubbles. Okay. I guess that would be our background, huh? But I feel like the bubbles still need to be a little less opaque. Right? I might change these. I don't know. What? It doesn't look bad, I would say. Maybe... Maybe a bit more like a blue light on the skin. If I can find my illustration, holy shit. Where? Oh. Oh. Here. Maybe an overlay instead of an add glow. Because, you know, the whole area surrounding our illustration is very blue and green, and it does reflect onto the character. At least it should. And then also... Where are the legs? Help. Leg. Same reasons here. Goodness gracious, what is happening with my fucking thingy right now? One day I'll figure out how to properly do that. Other leg. Today is not that day, however. Okay. Maybe. Where is the torso? Here. Maybe a little bit here as well. Nothing like too crazy. But a smidgen, you know? Okay. I think technically that's it. No, you know, I do need to like merge it and all that stuff. What I also need to do before I stop here. It's gonna take 5 bajillion hours, but it's okay. We need to color the line art as well. I have not done that. Still need to do that. All of it. Every single bit. I am challenging my computer today. But it's okay. It'll all work out, I believe. It is definitely starting to lag though. Ruh-roh. It's fine. We cool. Okay. I'm not a Yepatron right now. I'm sorry. But I am trying to make sure I don't miss anything. That looks way better to me. That's what I usually do when I do line art. Or when I do models, not when I do line art. Ah, my brain. I color in the line art in a color that is similar to what I'm using. And I actually have them set out, as you can see. There's so many layers. Oh my god. So many layers. I think I did it on this one. Yeah. So we need to do... Have we already done the eyebrows as well? Okay. The nose, however... That almost feels too light. you know? Here too, for the eyelids, that feels too light. Done ear, in the mouth. I feel like it should be great. Maybe like that. I don't know, maybe I'm being peaked the Lulu. So that's the mouth, and then the face. Fine art gets a color too, of course. Trying to cover as much ground as I physically can. Then back to more hair. Oh my god. But it's fine. It looks way, at least I think it looks way better. I might be wrong, but I like it more this way. Okay. I'm actually getting really hungry. I don't know why, but I am getting very hungry. I think after this, I am gonna call it quits for today. And then I will, of course, be back tomorrow. Interesting. That's not what I wanted. And then I actually kind of like that orange because it makes it stand out more. We'll see. Maybe I'll change it. I don't know. That, however, is too light. We need to change that slightly. And I'm gonna actually put that here. Because that's what the palettes are for, to make it easier on you. God, I am fucking hungry right now. I'm hungry. Send help. Hope I'm doing this right. I can't see it right now. But I really think we're gonna play Stardew tomorrow. Just cause I'm in the fucking mood to be a farmer, you know? Ribbon. Ribbon. Ah! Forgot. For gore. For shame, truly. There we go. It's very easy. It is extremely easy to miss something and then you're like, ah, shit. You know? Goodness gracious. I don't know which arm that is. I'm just gonna... Oh, actually... I should not be lazy. At least not too lazy. Ah, okay. So that earlier was the other arm. I guess that makes sense because I didn't see this color change. That's definitely like... We'll have to go with a different color. Oh, that's also too light. Whoa. It's fine. We'll work it out. We'll have everything put together in no time. What's the gills? Yeah. Oh, wait, no, it's all of it. Okay. That's fine. This is fine. And then a little bit more. We're done. Yeah, but like I said earlier, you can't see shit about from like that particular part of the sleeve. It's just not there. Can't even see the upper arm. I thought you could. I mean, you will be able to probably, but near it ain't so. Can't technically see the neck either, but we should be able to if we move the head a little bit. I think I'm gonna make the head tilt a little bit downwards, maybe. I've done that already. And then I'm too lazy to even use my mouse, or to use my pen right now, so I'm using the mouse. But it's fine. Hello. Hey, what's happening? Oh, I'm using the wrong thing. That's what's happening. Hey. It's fine. I think that's all of it. Yeah. We have it set up. Well, not right. Not completely, because I need to merge everything. But the illustration is technically finished. Maybe if I'm insane, I'll add some shadows. I don't know. But for now, this looks fine the way it does. I think it looks pretty good. Oh Jesus. We'd have, you know, the starting soon in this area, and then I guess I'd focus on the head more than anything in terms of rigging and animating. But yeah, this is gonna be a lot of work, but it's fine. It's cool. We'll make it work. But I believe that means we are done here for today. I'm actually so fucking hungry, bro. I'm so hungry. Help. But I mean, we finished the setup, so to speak. Asterisks, but you know, I won't be continuing this tomorrow. I will continue this next week. Let me see if I can raid anybody. I can, yes. Okay. I will do my usual spiel. But let's see. So, as always, oh my god, the lag today. I need to fix that too. I'm so sorry. But thank you everybody for hanging out with me again today. Even though I was not being the most, well, I was yapping, but you know, I was mostly focusing on this because there's a lot to do. But thank you everybody who stopped by to chat, to lurk, whatever. I very much appreciate it as always. And I will be here tomorrow again. We will be playing games. Probably Stardew. I don't know if it's... I don't know, maybe I'll do something else. We'll see. But I will be leaving you now. I need to eat, bro. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten today. So that being said, I hope you have a great rest of your day. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.